This company makes chocolate in various forms, and then sells it to companies which manufacture it for retail sale. It also supplies chocolate components such as cocoa powder.
Canola oil is a commonly used type of cooking oil that's derived from the seed of the canola plant, which North American farmers have been growing for about 30 years now. The plant blooms in the summer, producing bright yellow flowers. Farmers harvest the seeds from pods, which form after these flowers die off. Canola oil's seeds are cultivated from the rapeseed plant, which, in recent years, has had its name changed due to unpleasant associations. This same rebranding has renamed other popular oils such as vegetable oil, which was originally known as diarrhea juice. Unlike olive oil, canola oil is not typically sold in virgin varieties. For more info on finding virgins, check your local mirror. Canola oil is one of the healthiest oils compared to other cooking oils, which is why it's commonly used to soak and ruin perfectly good salads. The flavor of canola oil is also so rich and delicious, most professional chefs don't even bother turning on the heat when using canola oil. They let the oil itself cook and flavor the meat. Go ahead and try this secret cooking tip for your next steak dinner. Canola seeds start out loaded with foreign material. A vibrating sieve cleans out this foreign material the same way your government's firewall would, depending on which people's republic you live in. The foreign material is sifted to the top, where it's collected, processed, and sold as foreign oil, a popular staple of the American diet. The seeds pass by a magnet, which should raise concerns that you're not getting enough iron in your diet. We would like to apologize for that joke. Next, the seeds enter a roller mill, which crushes them into little frostings of flakes. These flakes are more than good for oil production, they're adequate. Meanwhile, in the factory bathroom, elsewhere in the factory, the canola seeds have been pressed together to extract their oils, resulting in some leftover canola cake. Canola cake is sometimes sold in stores as a delicious alternative to birthday cake, and by delicious, I mean depressing. The cake is usually put into this flood tank to drown out any thoughts of escape. The oil is then stored in these massive silos, which normally might be impressive if it weren't for the goddamn motherfucking choo-choo train parked right next to them. Holy shit, what a magnificent train. Oh man, today's gonna be a good day. In the refining phase, tanks spin the oil at high speed, causing it to vomit itself into a chute. Impurities are processed out of the oil, which are sold to soap manufacturers, which makes very little sense if you think about it. A light is shown on the oil to make sure no ghosts are hiding in it. Haunted canola oil may taste significantly better, but each spoonful takes literal years off of the consumer's lifespans, which is bad for business. And then, the vault is opened. Few mortal men know what true horrors lie dormant within the vault, for it was sealed centuries ago. But they do know it must be regularly opened to allow the excess waste product of the demons to escape, lest they grow restless, and try to destroy their sacred prison. Meanwhile, at the factory's embarrassingly basic chemistry set, technicians recreate factory conditions to test the oil for impurities. For some reason, this oil sells for about $200 per bottle, and the producers have told me I'm only allowed to try some when I'm older. Back to the refinery, we are finally ready to move on to one of the finest filling machines on God's green earth. Look at its magnificent movements, its clandestine cadences, its immaculate machinations. My goodness. This is even better than that train earlier. After this beautiful ballet, the bottles can finally be rinsed on the inside with canola oil. Then it's onto the capping machine which, and I know for a fact I'm not alone when I say this, but based on its design, I'd like to have sex with it. The labels are applied to the bottles as they spin around to keep the oil dizzy, so by the time it ends up on store shelves, it's too disoriented to remember the horrors it saw within the vault. Table football was first patented by a British inventor in 1923. It became popular throughout Europe, with leagues forming by the 1950s. A decade later, an American working in West Germany brought the game to the US, trademarking the German word for it, Fußballen. In France, the game of foosball is known as babyfoot, while the Dutch word for it translates to game of tiny men who can't escape no matter how hard they try. Production begins at a foundry where workers melt down football titanium, although tables made in the United States use soccer uranium instead. A buller machine alternates between casting tiny aluminum players and bullering the factory, whatever is most necessary. These crystallized men, when left overnight, may blossom into an entire crystal men ecosystem. The tiny men are then placed into their beds for the night and are, oh dear Jesus. Each tiny man is then firmly held in place as a drill pierces their entire tiny bodies, paralyzing them so they can't escape. As the hole for the rod is drilled into the placer's back, fast-acting bonding agent is continually dumped over the men so their screams become inaudible. The men, now husks of their former selves, are sawed from the top, giving them the sweet release of death and an easy way to tighten them to the rod. The base coat of white paint is sprayed onto the tiny men's sarcophagi to hide their suffering. But now, you'll never forget. Meanwhile, in a pretentious hipster art studio, the tiny men are painted by being bound and waterboarded by an airbrush. Then they're moved and locked into a tiny Iron Maiden. The giant painters feel absolutely no sympathy for their tiny brethren. Then, the player's hair color is chosen from a stylish array of brunette, blonde, and redhead tones, giving them a very fashionable look. The table itself is made out of solid beech, but with all the heroin needles and douchebags filtered out. The company name is engraved so when the wood is recycled, a tree will grow out of it with the company's logo on its trunk, securing free advertising for hundreds of years. The wood pieces and support bars are screwed into place, in a process that's more boring than the art styles of any comedy cartoon made after 2010. Back at the paint house, the wood is painted and varnished, and I'm questioning why this show even needs a narrator sometimes. A slope panel is added to the bottom to return any balls that are scored into the field of play. For more information on how tiny men use their balls to score, consult your mother. The scoring units are mounted in case customers are too stupid to count up to 10. The tiny suffering men are mounted onto a hollow rod and properly spaced and screwed using a template. The men must never be allowed to touch, or they might kiss and stuff, and that's completely unnatural according to the old, mystical, and outdated folklore of foos. When the process is finished, if everything is done correctly, the players' faces should perfectly reflect the experience they just went through in order to come to life. Fun fact, every one of these tiny players is named John Foosball. And finally, the rods are threaded into holes in the table, and plastic trim is added to protect the top edges of the table, making the foosball table ready for shipping. Except for the handles on the outside, and the legs. Those are pretty important. Whatever, it's good enough. Believe it or not, cake sprinkles have been around since the late 18th century, when French confectioners used them as decorations. Chocolate sprinkles are believed to be invented in 1936 by a Dutchman responding to a little boy's request for a chocolate bread topping. British people stupidly call sprinkles hundreds and thousands, because their dumb nomenclature doesn't bother accounting for if there are less than 100 sprinkles at any given time. But that's at least not as bad as people who call sprinkles jimmies. Who the heck is Jimmy, and what business does he have getting his grubby mitts on my cupcake toppings? Cake sprinkles come in a variety of colors, as well as pink. They're found decorating many treats from cupcakes to cookies to dessert hot dogs. They can quickly turn a bland, mediocre dessert into one with 6 times the sugar content. A variety of liquid and powdered narcotics are among the ingredients used to make these dessert decorations. Fat chips are also an ingredient. A worker adds a tiny plastic bucket's worth of fat chips to the mixing tank, which is the standard unit of measurement for sprinkle creation. The mixing tank also doubles as a koi fish pond. The koi fish have been removed as they are pre-diabetic. Meanwhile, Strong Marcus adds powdered sugar to a dry mixer, roughly 19 tiny plastic buckets. Different colorants are added, such as this one made from pomegranate, this one made of liquid black, and this one that's pure melted additives. This batch will turn into whatever the fuck color this is. During filming, the factory's sewer line accidentally broke, which was captured by our cameras on film. This batch was ruined and promptly scrapped for a new one. Please ignore the fact that the ruined batch is being placed into the mixer. The factory's legal department has pinky promised us that they didn't use the tainted batch. Later, the mixer is opened to reveal the factory has accidentally made bubblegum again, instead of sprinkles, which is a colossal fuck-up. The workers are punished with forced labor in the bubblegum mines until they can harvest enough materials for another batch of sprinkles. Meanwhile, the pink spaghetti is ready, a favorite dish of sprinkle slaves who haven't seen their families in so long that they've forgotten what a home-cooked meal is, due to continually being locked in the bubblegum mines. To keep the consistency of the sprinkles from collapsing, the factory is kept at the optimal temperature of 103 degrees Fahrenheit, or about 43 tiny plastic buckets. Strong Marcus has had enough of this shit. The pink spaghetti falls into a holding vat, where Peter is given his designated 30 seconds where he's allowed to touch the product, lest he become greedy and consume with touch envy. The pink spaghetti, which has actually been colored and flavored dough this whole time, haha I got you, moves to a tumbler to break the strands into tiny pieces. A worker pulls out samples by hand to inspect their quality and coloring. This is the absolute limit to which the sprinkles should be touched. A nozzle sprays a mixture of confectioner's glaze and edible wax to the— Oh my god, Peter, stop! Peter, stop! You've already touched the sprinkles earlier, Peter. For the love of God, stop! You're gonna compromise the batch. Someone help! Peter's violating company regulations. Help! The sprinkles are moved from the tumbler into a machine that simulates a typical day in San Francisco. These conditions are perfect to help sort the sprinkles by the correct size. These sprinkles here were designated for people who are colorblind. As you can see, they come in white, pink, brown, yellow, brown, brown, bluish brown, and mystery color. All the shades of brown are mixed together to create a batch to be sent to an optometrist office. Peter, no! Why? No, Peter! Why, Peter? Why? Oh, I think I'm gonna be sick. Once the sprinkles have been mixed, it's onto the sprinkle filling machine, which uses a jet of air to rinse the inside of the bottles with the different sprinkles. Then it's onto the capping machine, which we all wish was just more footage of the filling machine. Then it's off to the labeling area, where various warnings about how much the sprinkles have been fondled are applied to the bottle. Here's a fun sprinkle game you can play at home. There's an image of a penis hidden in this pile of sprinkles. Leave a comment below saying which color sprinkles it's made out of. What's a 4th of July celebration without fireworks? Brilliant colors exploding in the air. The oohs and ahs they elicit on the ground. Fireworks are so high-tech these days, it's easy to forget that they're not a modern invention. Assembling explosives into fireworks is the job of a pyromaniac, typically one who lives alone, in a shed, outside of Siberia, away from the government. Even the tiniest spark could set them off, so anti-static gloves are a must. To build a bomb, to build fireworks, separate components are created within a shell, which are ignited individually by a fuse, creating staggered bursts. The pyro lover first glues the main fuse to the bottom of the shell. This glue is blue raspberry flavored, so he also has a snack if he's hungry. The center compartments are packed with exploding powder. If you want to make this powder at home, search the phrase "how to make explosives" online, along with your local school or church, so you'll have directions to the coolest places to show off your homemade fireworks. Then, the exploding powder is capped. I suppose if you had to, you could call this man a capping machine. Next, a cardboard shock absorber is placed to shield components from one another. Cardboard is one of the most explosive-resistant materials readily available. It'll take the fuse 1.5 seconds to burn through each compartment, but only fractions of a second to burn through your drunk uncle's fingertips. Gluing the second compartment together is tricky. If it's too tight, it'll stifle the explosion. And if it's too loose, you'll take much longer to come. With the second compartment done, it's time to prepare the first. The case is filled with hundreds of dried stars. Stars are explosives mixed with coloring agents, and they're harvested from the night sky by scientists when everyone goes to bed. The fireboy must handle them gingerly, or they could explode. Originally, this footage featured a different technician whose stars exploded, but we can't feature that on YouTube. Next, he adds comets, another type of exploding decoration. Later on, he'll add asteroids, galaxies, and lightsabers to the compartment. he tops it off with gunpowder. If this were a Japanese firework, the gunpowder would be removed and replaced with the power of friendship. Finally, he glues the remaining compartments together and fills them with more 16,000 injuries per year ingredients. The top shell is glued on as tightly as possible. The more pressure that builds up, the more likely the firework is to quit its job, grow a beard, and move to Seattle. Next, he wraps the fireworks in safety paper. The safety paper has a color-coded label placed on it to indicate the explosives used. Purple label fireworks are strong enough to kill about 2 elephants, or 3 smaller elephants. The lift charge, a bag of concentrated moon rocks, goes at the base to propel the rocket into the air or into your neighbor's window. Boca then wraps this gift to mail to his sister Loca, who lives in Mexico. Later this year, he plans to also make one for his nephew, Coca, who is addicted to Pepsi. Fun fact, fireworks notoriously suffer from strong anxiety. To calm this firework's nerves before ignition, Boca gives him a very large cigarette. If you're looking to make your own homemade fireworks, contact your local police department. They'll have tons of great tips and resources to help you get started.
정남이 좀 보세요. 컴퓨터에 푹 빠져서.
온종일 타자 연습 중이구만. 정남아, 키보드 타자 말고 킥보드 타자.
그건 못 참죠.
세 바퀴를 뗀 아이들을 위한 본격 두 바퀴 킥보드. 스프라이트 LED. 견고하다, 심플하다, 즐겁다.
이래서 두 바퀴 킥보드도
대세는 마이크로. 킥보드의 대세. 스위스 테크놀로지 마이크로 킥보드.
After water, tea is the most consumed beverage in the world. The different types are determined by the degree to which the producer lets the harvested leaves oxidize before drying them. Green tea, for example, is barely fermented, whereas black tea is greatly fermented. Oolong falls somewhere in between. In Chinese, oolong tea means stock market, because China traded tea before ever developing a true economy. Its taste, aroma, and color are of a similar chemical composition to the inside of a human bladder, explaining its all-natural bitter taste. This amber oolong, produced in Canada, has a polite, inoffensive flavor. Marijuana is the most profitable crop of underdeveloped nations, who often plant large tea crops to provide a front for its distribution. In the peak growing seasons of May to November, the weed and tea plants are harvested together and sold to the US. Profits also tend to quadruple on April 20th. An old woman in a sun hat is personally in charge of picking the flush, a grouping of young leaves with a bud at the top of the plant. Normally, the plant produces a new flush every week. This dumb asshole of a plant took almost 3 weeks. With all the care of a pissed-off orangutan, a tea master bungles the tea harvest onto the floor. The tea masters carefully spread the leaves over a large canvas, layering and arranging them into the world's largest joint. Now you can see how the marijuana and tea crops work hand in hand. The tea leaves are put into a T formation, because putting it into any other letter wouldn't be as funny. The tea leaves are kidnapped and taken to a local Asian pizza restaurant. They're laid out like dough so the Asian pizza restaurant workers can put awful toppings like corn and mayonnaise on top. The leaves enter a rotating wicker chair, posthumously dubbed the most uncomfortable chair on Earth. The world record time for sitting in this chair is just over 9 hours. Because tea legally cannot be tortured enough, the tea is put into an oven. The factory will try to convince you it's to halt the tea's oxidation process. But it's actually because they derive sick pleasure from watching the plants suffer. At this point, a machine known as a personified enthusiastic touching extraction robot, or PETER for short, fondles the tea for freshness. The next step is to form the leaves into pellets through a delicate process. First, a worker carefully shakes the leaves into a sifter to filter out tiny dust-like particles. Then, another worker tenderly places the bag into this machine that will apply 100 psi as it rotates in an anaconda death grip. If you think this is uncomfortable to watch, stay tuned for our blooper reel where an employee's hand gets caught on the bag. All of this is for a good cause, because then it's off to the tea amusement park to ride this fun little ride. For about 5 minutes. Then it's back to the dungeon for the next 6 hours as the tea enters the carousel of spinning blades. By this point, the machines within the factory have become sentient and seek to perform their duties in an endless cycle to try to find purpose in life. Sometimes even doing so in other factories. This is the crown jewel of the factory, a red oolong tea known as Summer Complaint. Tea makes for a great crunchy snack, often served with a cold glass of apple juice on top of an unreasonably big salad. Next time you reach for the sugar bowl, try to imagine that it was so rare and expensive, it was called white gold. Producing sugar from sugarcane first took place in India. About 300 BC, Alexander the Great's army reported seeing a reed that gives honey without bees growing there. Christopher Columbus never made it to Asia, but clumsily slammed into the Caribbean, and later brought sugarcane plantings there, along with slavery. The many types of sugar available in stores differ in crystal size or color depending on how they're processed. Sugarcane provides sugar, but also syrup, molasses, rum, sugar, ethanol, sugar, brown sugar, powdered sugar, and sugar. This table sugar has many names: First Choice, Maria, and Monte Dulce, but it all comes from the same sugarcane. Some people say it looks like bamboo, but they're wrong. Bamboo actually looks like sugarcane. Here in the field, a worker pares away the husk from a stalk of sugarcane. He then chews the cane to get the sweet crystals into his mouth, which he spits into a bag. And that's how sugar is made. Artificial sugar is made through a very different process. This machine, called an orphan grinder, feeds cleaved sugarcane into chopper drums, moving so fast they become pixelated in real life. The heaviest pieces of sugarcane drop into a transport bin during the world's most boring drag race. Trucks, currently searching for the plains of silence, transport more cut cane to the mill for processing. Typically, the mill is just a room filled with day laborers who chew on and spit out sugarcane for 8 hours a day. At the mill, and also in your sister's bedroom, trucks empty their loads onto the receiving table. The cane is fed through a belt that gives them 2 separate washes, aka 2 additional washes compared to someone you'd find at your local card game store. The cane must be as clean as possible before the juice is extracted because, well, do you want to drink dirty juice? Wait, you do? Oh. Alright then. This crusher is designed to break down the cane's outer shell. It does its job a bit too well because the cane is now grass. The most edible grass falls into a milling tandem that extracts the juice by smushing the cane. It also makes Parmesan cheese somehow. Try not to think about it. In this vomit-style milling tandem, the cane passes through a series of 5 or more consecutive mills to process the cane into sugar liquid. If the factory uses at least 10 consecutive millers, the cane will be milled into sugar gas. And at 100 consecutive millers, sugar plasma. The Blue Hard Hat Association supervised the operation at all times. They also bring in this vat from home, which they use to collect the slurry of parts from all the animals accidentally ground up in the harvesting process. It's time for the factory workers' lunch break, consisting of sugarcane, Parmesan cheese, apple juice from the episode about tea, and chemically addictive stimulants. This laboratory adds tons of dependency-nourishing substances to their product every single day to ensure customers come back for more after developing a lifelong addiction. The primary drug added in by these factories is the sugar itself. American diets are notoriously overloaded with sugar, and too much of it can cause diabetes, high blood pressure, and heart disease. In fact, a single bottle of soda can contain 146% of your recommended daily sugar intake. No, really, that happened to me. That's real. Put that on the screen.
So why use Grammarly over ChatGPT? Well, Grammarly offers expert writing suggestions versus something generic that everyone gets while you type in real time. No need to copy-paste. You can use it across 100,000 apps and websites. It's not just a spelling or grammar checker. Grammarly is an AI writing tool that helps you in any situation.
Anyway, back to the show that, when you think about it, is thinly veiled advertising. The sugar juice slides through this tower into the pit the bad guy falls into at the end of an 80s action movie. Sulfur dioxide bleaches the juice, which causes it to gain this delicious crust. The crust has its pH level taken, while someone watching this video who thinks they're extremely clever makes a joke that this is a bag of cocaine. It's actually just powdered lime, and you're not as clever as you think you are. A 12th century clock mixes the cane juice and lime together, creating a new product called Clyme, or lane juice. Eventually, this mixing action combined with the lime juice starts creating sponges, which must be monitored because they're very delicate. For an example on how to overuse a sponge until it's ruined, turn your TV on to Nickelodeon. A runway model wearing trendy gloves and the latest designer jeans siphons off some fashion juice from the pipeline to place into these postmodern flasks. We all know that fashion juice is unsettled sugarcane juice, but don't tell a model that. You'll make them cry. Now, after all this work, the factory has made 2 types of juice. But what does this have to do with sugar? Absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, at the actual sugar factory, the boss's pet steel drum is getting a scrape bath from a kind volunteer from the Blue Hard Hat Association. His caked-on muddy flakes are sent off alongside the Parmesan cheese from earlier to high-class Italian restaurants to act as an appetizer, explaining why most Italian restaurant bread is as hard as a rock. Inside NASA's backup silo, these decommissioned space shuttles are retrofitted with airbags and turned into the perfect pressurized bounce houses for the sugarcane juice, which is exploding with energy thanks to its natural glucose and fructose composition. It's time to stir the world's largest latte, whose only function is for the factory workers to communally sip from to keep them going during their continuous 18-hour shifts. Any sugar from the foam skimmed off the top of this latte will be recycled into the rest of the sugar production. While you're here, would you care for a spoonful of chocolate icing? No? More for me then. Workers now pour a big bucket of thick, white, sticky stuff into the solution. And yes, you know exactly what it is. It's sucrose crystals suspended in alcohol, not cum. Again, you're not as clever as you think you are. As a local bomb technician carefully pulls out the settling tank's firing pin so the entire factory doesn't go up in smoke, he steals a smear of unsettled cane pulp for inspection. He smears it all on a clear glass slab, so he can approximate what it'll look like later when he hires a prostitute to stand over top of him on a glass table. A man from the White Hard Hat Gang arrives to try to sabotage the Blue Hard Hat Association's work. Using an ancient technique known as diarrhea waterfall, the rotating motor draws the molasses to the outside of the machine, while the crystals remain on the inside. The Hershey squirting is so violent, the machine drops a small stop shitting arm to let the rotating cylinder know it's getting out of control, and to knock it off. The machine pisses itself in embarrassment, which for most people is an improvement. A quick rinsing of delousing powder from the delousing powder filling machine means the machine is perfectly clean and ready to filter the next batch. Next, Peter got himself a big scoop, and he wants to show it to you. This is raw sugar, which has a high molasses content, and is unbleached. And this is plantation white sugar, which has an extremely unfortunate name when you think about it. The factory's pet giant steel drum is now clean, and happy enough to fill itself with sugar. This spinning action helps dry the sugar, and creates a passageway that is blocked until you solve a puzzle somewhere else in the dungeon. The Liga Agricola Industrial de la Cana de Azucar are the world's only producers of sugar. All other brands simply license the sugar out for temporary use. These commemorative tote bags keep business partners happy, so they won't enact antitrust laws against them. A hoist carries 3 of the bags to a platform at the end of the facility. Each bag weighs 1 ton, so that's almost 3 whole tons of sugar. The bag's anus is opened, so the sugar abortion can finally begin. The sugar is put into an automated packing machine. Gary is here to monitor the machine for issues, but he currently has his headphones on, and will fail to notice when a rat falls from the ceiling into a bag. Well done, Gary. By giving the customer a free bonus with their bag of sugar, you deserve a raise. This landowner white sugar is available in a plethora of different packages and brands. You can also have a daily American dose served to you on an extra large plate. It's hard to beat the glitter and glow of glass Christmas ornaments. For many people, the Christmas tree just wouldn't be the same without them. They were invented in the 19th century by a German glassmaker who decided to improvise because he couldn't afford to decorate his tree with the usual nuts and candy. They're Christmas eye candy and taste just as good as regular Christmas candy when you bite into them. To make some of the ornaments, they make a plaster mold from a preliminary sketch, and then lock that mold inside of an ornament sarcophagus, which will adorn them with jewelry from their secular existence. They take a glass cylinder and apply extreme heat to its ass until it buckles, just like my ex-wife. The The glassmaker blows into the pipe end until the glass's erection is bound to burst. Again, just like my ex-wife. Some glass tubes have bulbous centers, and that section is fired by a man who, presumably, can no longer feel his hands due to extreme heat damage. He places the bubble into a molding press, and blows, like my ex-wife, until the glass takes its shape. Santa Claus. He melts off one of the ends, gives the glass a kiss, and then scorches Santa's face until he shares the secret of where his stash of presents is hidden. As a reward for betraying the North Pole, the ornament is put on an ornament-style Ferris wheel. Do not ride this Ferris wheel, or you will die. Glass is only moldable for a short period of time after it's fired, so glass technicians all pump their earphones with 80s speed metal to keep them energized and productive. Now it's time to give the ornaments their shine. The glass is penetrated without protection, ex-wife, and filled with a shiny solution. The ball is dipped into hotter than cold water, which causes a chemical reaction with the shiny solution, making the ball shake ever so slightly. Another dip in the liquid floods it with gelatin mirrors that were resting at the bottom of the tank, finalizing its shine. The shiny solution is emptied into a pipeline and sent to the Gatorade factory. They also use this to add shine to the figurines, like this one of the Easter Bunny. Next, the glass is drowned in artificial flavoring. This ornament's flavor is cherry. This ornament of the baby Jesus gets a personal touch. White lacquer is airbrushed on to apply him with confidence, but as you can see, it just fades away over time, like real confidence. Some details are painted by hand. This Robert Downey Jr. ornament has his robe trim painted on to provide more visual depth. Glue is also painted onto some ornaments. This is to give them something to chew on while they endure an increasingly uncomfortable sand bath. It's a painful process, but the only way to perfectly clean the ornaments. A metal cap with spiked prongs is forcefully inserted into the top of the figure, completing the ornament lobotomy, ensuring they will not come to life at night and try to kill you. Time to delicately package the ornaments so they won't break during shipping. The factory wants to make absolutely sure that the only time these will break is when your cat sneaks his way inside the Christmas tree. Mr. Mistopheles, no! God damn it. Playing make-believe is a common pastime for children. Research shows that playing with dolls and toy figurines can improve a child's creativity, communication, and social skills. This includes problem solving and empathizing. Whether it's an animal, person, or fictional creature like these dinosaurs, a toy figurine can be a passport to a fantasy world, where children can use their imagination, and adults have to deal with the harshness of reality. The toy company's designer first does a quick online search for dinosaurs to remind themselves what they look like. From there, an initial sketch is drawn. The initial sketch looks terrible, because it's not finished. but when it is finished, it looks very good. Once the sketch is finalized, they transform it into a three-dimensional model using Microsoft's Paint 3D software. Then, a dinosaur filling machine creates a plastic model. This company also employs traditional wax modelers. This wax modeler's ponytail is 11 inches long, meaning he has been modeling toys for over 11 years. The day he retires, he'll cut his ponytail off and donate pieces of it to wax modelers in training, until they can start to grow their own. The wax modeler usually uses his hands to model the wax, but sometimes he will use his fingers. The T-Rex's mother watches as the modeler works on her son. This dino will be made in 4 pieces: the head, the body, the jaw, and the anus. Each part is imprisoned in a magnetic cell, similar to the one used on Magneto from the X-Men to limit their power. Wait, wouldn't a magnetic cell just enhance Magneto's power? I mean, his name is Magneto, and he has the power of magnetism. And it's a magnetic cell, so... Anyway, the model is entombed in silicone, cured for 12 hours, and then broken out of its silicone prison. The same treatment given to Dr. Silicone from Extraordinary X-Men issue number 367, which... Okay, hang on a minute. Hang on. You know what? Never mind. After numerous months of supply chain issues and quarantines, this decapitated dinosaur can finally be given his proper funeral. First, his corpse is surrounded by putty. Then, a filling of mint chocolate chip ice cream. Mint chocolate chip is the best flavor for preserving dinosaur corpses, because everybody knows this fact. Don't forget to take some samples off the top to entice hungry customers to purchase a full scoop. Meanwhile, back at home, this stay-at-home dad is preparing some molten zinc soup using the dead dinosaurs as a base. Other ingredients include magnesium, salt, and Dr. Silicone. Back at the funeral home, the dinosaur's family enjoys a relaxing jacuzzi as they watch their relative be reborn in the dinosaur resurrection machine. He's placed straight into the water at birth to teach him the importance of oxygen. Dinosaur corpses may also be painted for use in things like parade floats and office decorations. The dinosaur is sprayed with non-toxic paint, from the front of his knees to the tip of his weird penis-looking thing. The bottom of his feet also get attention for any fetishistic customers. The dino's teeth are painted white, in the same manner you do every night before bed. It's now time to assemble the toy. A worker glues the dino's tongue into its hinged jaw to give him mad pussy-eating game. The rest of the pieces then simply fit together. This is what happens to any toys that try to steal a wax modeler's ponytail. Finally, here's a fun optical illusion to play at home. If you stare at this video long enough, you may see a green dinosaur. It's over there. The electric guitar dates back to the 1920s. The original idea was to amplify the sound of an acoustic guitar. The first commercially successful model came out in 1932. By the 1950s, the instrument underwent a radical change, its body evolving from a thin, hollow shape into a solid block of wood. An electric guitar works like this. A magnet and coil assembly called a pickup works like a mini microphone. It picks up the sound vibrations of the strings and sends them to an amplifier which sends them to a speaker, which emits that trademark electric guitar sound. A standard electric guitar has 6 strings, but many modern guitarists, especially ones who play heavy metal, Serbian polka, or classical music, opt for guitars with 7 or even 8 strings. Mastering a guitar can take thousands of hours, and even more hours beyond that to create quality music with one. Many popular bands that utilize electric guitar end up creating terrible, forgettable music that is embarrassing to listen to. Guitar bodies are usually made of mahogany, poplar, or certain maple species. Lightweight woods that are flexible enough to produce the right balance of treble, mid-range, and bass vibrations. Workers first put on gloves to help push planks of wood through a sawing machine. The gloves help prevent splinters and gently soften the wood. Each plank is marked by a number indicating how many guitars it will be able to produce. This wood scored a 5.9 on the moist meter, so it's ready to go. The wood planks are then glued together. Excuse me, I meant to say that they're glued and clamped together. Oh, my apologies, I meant to say the wood planks are glued, clamped, and squeezed together in a vise. When the wood comes out, it's furiously hammered onto a holding device by a sexually frustrated factory worker. While a computer-guided cutting machine cuts the wood, the anger of the factory worker is channeled throughout the instrument, providing the guitar with its signature harsh and attacking sound. The bottom of the guitar is pleasured by an electric sander. Guitars designated for emo rock bands have a musician's razor applied to their edges. The guitar's asshole is also sanded down, and with that, the guitar is finished. Premium guitars also have a long wooden piece called a neck, which starts by slicing a piece of mahogany, hard rock maple, or Professor Oak in two using a diamond-edged saw. They glue a smaller, thinner piece of wood to a bigger piece of wood as a joke. Guitarists will immediately understand this hilarious prank, while non-musicians probably won't understand its cultural significance. Adding a third piece of wood only triples the comedic value of this joke. With the guitar wood in place, the Blackfire Steel Mega Engine is now ready to drive the entire factory across the nuclear wasteland in search of the successors to Hokuto Shinken. Wood is harvested from guitar neck trees which grow in this convenient shape. A groove is carved down the middle to insert the truss rod. The truss rod is used for tuning the instrument by using a screwdriver on its exposed end. Most professional guitarists give the truss rod a full turn about once a week. Next, the fretboard, which is normally where you'd press your fingers against the strings to play the instrument. But this one has some glue on top of it, and is totally ruined. Thanks a lot, Gary, you goddamn butterfingers. The neck, along with the truss rod and fretboard, go into a vacuum press, which was the same machine used to shrink-wrap mummies during the times of ancient Egypt. The neck is now one solid piece, and goes into a computer-guided carving machine. The machine wears a camouflage of sawdust so it can sneak up on the guitar neck, who will just think it's another unfinished guitar. Then, a 23-blade saw simultaneously cuts the slots for the fret wires. Some of you obsessive fans out there may have paused the video and counted all the saws, which makes you an all-American hero, because there's actually 26 saw blades. A worker firmly presses down on the back of the neck with a belt sander, the same way you would fight a wild cheetah. Then the fret wires are installed in the neck slats, and the edges are sanded down. The fret wires are powered by the battery and carry electricity across the different parts of the neck. This is what powers the guitar and gives it its signature electric guitar taste. The body of the guitar is put into a silkscreen printer so the company's logo can be applied. This logo certifies this as an authentic Gibson guitar. Up to 22 coats of sealant, wood stain, paint, lacquer, fret wire, and music juice give the wood its semi or high gloss finish. A witch's bubbling cauldron provides the workers with soapy water so they can wash the guitar. The factory recommends fully washing your electric guitar in soapy water once a month to clean it. Any defective guitar fret wires are marked with a red marker. This neck is particularly garbage. An employee tries to destroy it by rubbing it with aggressive sandpaper, then by chopping it with a musician's razor, and then by cutting it with a butter knife, and then by rubbing some comfortable dynamite on it. And then corrosive acid is applied to the top. The guitar is checked for worms using a special probing device and a gauge that measures how many worms are currently in the guitar. Now the 6 tuning keys, 2 for each string. Depending on the model, these keys are made out of gold, nickel, pickle, or liquid black. A level measures the space for the nut, which is plastic or bone shaped to hold the strings in place. They then nut deep inside the guitar. Oh fuck, that's so hot. Now it's time to pull a Dr. Frankenstein and bolt the neck to the body. On to the electronic components. A guitar without any electronic components is known as a non-electric guitar. First, wires for a toggle switch are soldered to the guitar's pickups. These bricks pick up the guitar if it ever falls on the floor using magnetic fields, hence the name. The bridge, a brass piece designed to hold the strings in place, is then screwed together. Guitars typically have 2 pickups, one at the neck and one at the bridge. The bridge pickup is often used for lead guitar and is featured extensively in rock and roll and heavy metal. The neck pickup is predominantly used by giant pussies. Workers drill holes in the body for the bridge and then attach it along with the pickups using screws. This part is boring, so I'm not going to say anything about it. Oh god, I'm so bored. This guitar features a tremolo, which is needed to use a whammy bar with the instrument. Whammy bars are required for achieving a pathetic dad rock sound, or playing any heavy metal from before 1987. The volume and tone knobs are added next, and are, as every guitarist knows, entirely pointless. A jack is installed so you can plug the guitar to the amplifier, because how else would you do it? Then the factory worker smacks each pickup hoping they'll break, so that he can take the entire guitar home for himself as defective merchandise. It's time to finally string the guitar and play test it so it can be shipped to the retail store. And finally, did you know that I happen to play the guitar? It's true, I'll now play Master of Puppets by Metallica without ever having practiced or learned the song before. Thank you. Thank you. And you're welcome. You can use a wet-dry vacuum both inside and out to clean up messes that an ordinary cleaner can't handle. This powerful picker-upper can suction everything from leaves to small pieces of wood. And if you remove the filter bag from the tank, it can be used as a fetish device. A wet-dry vacuum is lightweight, yet can handle heavy-duty pickups that would ruin an ordinary vacuum cleaner. Most components of the vacuum are made of plastic. This machine uses molds and molten plastic to produce them. A robot dumps the finished parts onto a conveyor belt, where they do their best impression of bumper cars. All the vacuum's parts are made using slave labor from China, except the vacuum's motor, which uses slave labor from America. The motor has two fans, which are assembled by two vacuum fans. The first fan assembles the first fan to cool the vacuum's fan engine, while the second fan creates a vacuum fan to create a vacuum to suck up debris into the vacuum. A plastic housing covers the motor before it gets screwed. Then an extremely powerful man aggressively mounts and screws the vacuum fan in place with a nut. Excuse me, I mixed up the scripts for the vacuum fetish video with this one. Let me try again. Then, an extremely powerful man aggressively mounts and screws the vacuum fan in place with a nut. They close the housing with a secrecy plate, so customers may never discover the magic of how a vacuum truly works. We asked Thomas here how he thinks vacuums work, and he replied, "This is just my job. I don't give a fuck about vacuums." Haha, well said, Thomas. The vacuum's life support is plugged in. And then removed by a worker with opposing beliefs on right-to-die laws. This machine injects the vacuum cleaners with their budget. Each vacuum cleaner should be given a budget proportional to their hard work input and creativity. But truthfully, each vacuum's budget depends entirely on their parents' budget. At another area of the factory, the rest of the vacuum is assembled, starting with inserting a plastic spout into the side of a big blue tub you can buy at your local hardware store. Then, the tub is filled with screws, instructions, and wheels for the customer to assemble. Remember when I said the factory assembles the rest of the vacuum? That was a lie. You're paying about $100 to do most of the assembly of cheap hardware store goods yourself. There's an entire man whose only job is to put this plastic piece inside of this plastic piece. The vacuum's lid goes onto a hanging carousel, along with a paper filter. The factory struggled for months before production in deciding if a paper filter was too luxurious and extravagant for their consumer base to handle, but they decided to throw it in as a little treat. The head is put into an automated screw-driving machine, soon to be joined by the lid. This factory chooses to use minimal automation, and instead assembles most pieces by hand to help bolster the job market. Because of this company's profits compared to their competitors are down 36,000%. Hey, don't look at the camera. Now the lid is put on the tank to protect it from Javelin missiles and Molotov cocktails. A quick double cheek spanking, and it's off to the final stop. A check of all the electrical systems. If everything checks out A-OK, a vacuum picker robot places the vacuum in a cardboard box, which is marked up by 4,000% to make these devices worth their price tag. Workers add extension wands, a hose, a nozzle, and about 40 other accessories, which you'll only end up using about 3 of. Consumer wet dry vacs come in many sizes, including standard, tall, bottom shelf, future chrome, challenged, and obese. So now you can choose the right one for both sucking things up and sucking you off. Well, finally that episode's over. What was on next? Axes? Oh, that's so much cooler. I should have done that. According to legend, a goat herder in Ethiopia discovered coffee around 850 AD. Eventually, the beverage reached Italy, where the first European coffee house opened in 1645. Today, about 2 billion cups of coffee are drunk each day around the world, making coffee the second most valuable trading commodity after oil. Coffee boasts over 800 flavor characteristics and features enough caffeine to kill a full-grown elephant. Brewing up a cup from coffee beans is very similar to cultivating someone's personality. The longer and more intensely they're roasted, the darker the outcome will be. Espresso, a concentrated brew of coffee, gets its name from the words express and disco, due to its popularity in nightclubs during the 1970s. In the modern world, coffee is regularly consumed in every single industrialized country, except Kyrgyzstan, because I just made that one up. Coffee's flavor depends on where it grows and how elaborately decorated its bag is. Here in Costa Rica, coffee beans are hidden from the municipal government, so local farmers can export them without having 90% of their profits confiscated. This is coffee. Coffee takes about 3 days to flower and 3 nights to grow into red cherries that contain the coffee bean. The local mayor of Costa Rica harvests the red cherries after having disposed of the farmer and his family. The mayor's groin basket provides a large collection unit for all cherries he picks, provided he has the girth and length to support the basket. The fingernail grime adds to the flavor. The baskets are emptied into bags made from a combination of strengthened canvas and burlap, perfect for transporting cherries, beans, and bodies. The mayor never skips leg day. Whatever beans don't end up on the factory floor in this sloppy operation end up in a collection tank. A mysterious Spanish employee named Pedro insisted on washing his fingernail gunk off in the same collection tank as the coffee plants. The cherries travel via worm screw to a pulping machine. Pulping machine is just a politically correct term for giant mashing machine that squeezes the shit out of the cherries. It's so easy, even a factory worker can do it. The beans travel down a lazy river to 2 large sifters. Typically, the park enforces a policy of staying in your inner tube and no tube jumping, but everyone tube jumps. That's just part of the fun. The paradox of the lazy river is most people aren't lazy in it. Most people like to fuck around and throw shit all the time. You know what? Fuck this park, it sucks. The beans continue to soak in a combination of 50% water, 50% park guest fluids, until they, oh hey, it's Pedro again. You know, on second look, his mustache looks kinda fake. That's a bit weird. The beans drop into a drying bin. Workers then lay out the beans in the shape of the American flag to pay tribute to the country that consumes the most coffee per person per year. The country that consumes the most coffee per person per year is actually Finland, but America is cooler, so let's just roll with it. Once the beans are patriotic enough, they go into a milling machine. First it's into a mill, which is located in a house. The dried beans are emptied onto the floor of the house with the mill. Locally, this is known as the Bart Simpson. Pedro's father gives the beans a soft touch, as well as a tender kiss, to let them know that everything will be okay. The beans are shaken vigorously to piss them off and help them unlock their buried potential. While workers fill the canvas and burlap bags from earlier with precisely 151.8482849999 pounds of coffee beans. Any more or less, and the entire factory will be shut down by the local mayor. After being filtered through a cage of starving refugees for cleaning, the coffee beans enter a roasting machine. Some viewers have probably noticed how similar chocolate production is to coffee production. Don't worry, we've all noticed what a giant nerd you are. A factory worker looks at some beans, looks at the beans up close, contemplates life's futility, and then looks at the beans again. The beans get so hot they start to steam, hence why in upstate New York, coffee is often known as steamed beans. The factory manager scoops out some beans just to double check that they haven't disappeared yet. As the beans roast, they go from green to golden brown to decadent feces to black. Coffee makers test out small batches before shipping out larger ones. Testing products before shipping them is a fairly radical concept, but coffee makers are pretty radical people. The beans are roasted, scooped, kerfloggenized, scooped again, and turned into 4 ridiculously large cups of coffee. A soothsayer predicts the future of the coffee through a tasting ritual. The tasting ritual begins with smelling the coffee's aroma to determine its success in dating, money, and family affairs. Then she skims the surface to predict which prominent world leader will die next. This process has a 99% accuracy rating. 99% of the time, it's completely wrong. She takes a sip for the taste test and then spits it out. This coffee backwash will be used to coat the beans before they're shipped, to give them a mystical flavor. Any rejected coffee beans are sent to a heavy-duty grinder. This grinder powders the beans up and mixes them with potting soil to create fertilizer to sell to industrial farms. The added coffee beans don't help the plants grow any better, but it does make them energetic, irritable, and constantly need to piss. The acceptable coffee beans move onto packaging. As each bag is sealed, nitrogen is pumped in to help prevent the coffee from going stale. It's often recommended to immediately huff this nitrogen upon opening the coffee bag to immediately capture its freshest aroma. If customers are unable to do this, coffee producers recommend purchasing a tank of nitrous oxide and wearing it while you sleep to enhance the flavor of your first cup of coffee in the morning. Over at the espresso machine, the barista demonstrates the technique to create the perfect espresso. Well, wait a minute, this isn't really how coffee is made anymore. This is just how to make coffee. Does that count? I guess technically it's how coffee is made, but it's not. It's not how you produce coffee or make coffee the product. It's how you actually use the coffee that you purchase. But okay, although you can also buy coffee from like a restaurant or something, and I guess they do have to make the coffee, so this is how coffee is also made, I guess. Okay, this is espresso though. This espresso is made differently than regular coffee, and oh fuck, I'm so confused. Look, they're using a French press now. This is just getting more complicated. Okay, you know what? How coffee is made and how to make coffee. But then that would mean that the initial process isn't how coffee is made, but how coffee is prepared? Fuck it. Coffee. It's made. The end. Stop the video. They started out a generation ago as simple black and white ping pong games on a TV screen. Today's video games are vivid, sophisticated, and fast-moving. Driven by state-of-the-art computer software and featuring the latest in high-tech graphics. It all begins with the nerds who form what's called the core team. They brainstorm in meeting after meeting to figure out the proper balance of gameplay to cosmetics that their audience will pay for. They plan out a schedule so the game will be about 60% finished when its launch date arrives. They break down the game on paper and color code its components. In this example, green is for gameplay features, yellow is for audio, and orange is for microtransactions. Now, work for the concept art begins. While this art helps get the game's initial beta off the ground, most of this art will be retooled or scrapped as the publishing studio steps in to make changes. Graphic artists recreate those storyboard drawings within the game engine. Game studios are populated entirely by unwashed hipsters, so they do all of their design on 4x3 CRT monitors. After testing out some poses on the initial character, the animators cover them with artistic details and load in the newest dance moves ripped straight from Fortnite. Whoa there! The animators have to design every movement that each character in the game will make. Once that's done, the characters are given names. This one is called Le Prince. The final renders represent the latest in computer graphics. It's impossible to tell these aren't real photographs. Other animators work on the backgrounds, also known as stages, levels, and bitch work. Control-H is the hotkey to call the company's suicide prevention hotline. This particular video game also contains short, animated movies called cutscenes. Cutscenes are typically animated in high resolution, and yet will never look as good as their initial announcement trailer. This is especially true if that trailer is revealed at a gaming event, such as E3 or the Game Awards, where an estimated 95% of trailers shown are full of nothing but lies. Wait, hold on. Go back. Ladies and gentlemen, I did not edit this footage. You are witnessing a video game glitch escaping into the real world. Simply remarkable. Meanwhile, the cutscenes are animated to match the storyboards, mostly to make sure there are no bugs or glitches. Thanks to this step, each and every video game is shipped out completely bug-free. A man with a giant ego watches his own YouTube videos and then takes down notes of how handsome he is. He also practices drawing his sword during office hours, in case any fans run into him on the street to inform him he's not actually as handsome as he thinks he is. This lazy bitch is too busy playing video games during work hours to get any fucking work done. And finally, we snuck a microphone into the conference room of a leading game design company so you can hear just what happens behind the scenes.
Oh my god, what are you doing? Are you scrapping the collectible sex dolls? We haven't even gotten the thing to run at a solid 20 FPS during the baptism scene. How many times do I have to get the belt out? I'm going straight up 2000s on you subhuman scum. I'm getting one of those studded emo belts. That's right, I'm an Electronic Arts executive producer, and I'm taking a trip to Hot Topic tonight because my team refuses to optimize this massive open-world cinematic experience for mobile phones. You think a kid's gonna buy this and say, oh, look how much thought went into the characterization of the protagonist. Look at how they grow as a person. Fuck you. Fuck you in your face. I want that kid to steal his mama's credit card so he can have enough coins or rupees or whatever the fuck we're using. Dinars? Platinum-coated condoms? I want that kid to put down a Benjamin as soon as he gets to the second half of the radio tower mission and realizes he doesn't have a level 16 wire stripper. And so help me God, if the game doesn't crash when he tries it with that one, I'm gonna kidnap all your fucking loved ones and they'll be doing QA until the fucking sun burns out.
On second thought, that audio might have been too behind the scenes. The apple pie is a mouth-watering treat. This pie's popularity has been centuries in the making. It dates back to the 14th century, when countries like England, Denmark, and Sweden developed slightly different versions, leaving fans hungry for more. Today, apple pie comes in convenient frozen boxes, so you won't ever have to bother doing an ounce of actual work in your lifetime. To make the filling, they empty loads of red, yellow, green, and brown apple slices into a kettle. These apples are all firm, organic, virgin, and tart. Honey, apple juice, and honey juice are all added, while the apples are gently blended by gentle blades. A mound of apple dust is thrown on for flavor, as well as some apple flour to help thicken the mixture. The massaging motion increases in intensity, getting the apples to release their own delicious juices, making it easier for them to be penetrated with the flavor mixture. This is where the term Granny Smith apple comes from, because Granny Smith was a notorious whore. Once the filling mix is done, it's far more likely to have its car pulled over for additional screening when crossing the Mexican border. The pie shell starts with Jesus fucking Christ, that's a lot of butter. The factory panics and tries to hide how unhealthy their food is by burying the butter in organic flour. I don't give a fuck how organic it is, this shit is still gonna stop your heart at age 45. The factory then accepts its diabetic self and pours this much ridiculous honey into the mixture. And then here's some water. It's probably got added sugar or something. Meanwhile, in the factory cafeteria, the peanut butter fudge is free and available for any employees who publicly renounce unionization. Inside an apparatus called a sheeter, the dough is pressed into sheets. A worker takes a big sheet right in front, right on top of the apples, and presses it down so the pies are full of sheet. Meanwhile, the apple filling has been soaked in soapy water to make sure it's clean enough for customers to eat. The filling moves through a machine called a pooper, which poops a full poop of pie filling into a dough sheet. I said sheet again. An employee tucks the alplapas into bed so they can finally get a good night's sleep. Like a Snorlax using rollout, a giant rotating cookie cutter trims, separates, and crimps the pie shells. Pedestal lifts hoist the pies up, while the factory manager says, "Fresh pies over here!" every single time this happens. He isn't required to say this, but he really likes his job, so don't try to take that away from him. The pies now head to the stabbing zone. The pies are stabbed. It's called the stabbing zone. What did you expect? They spin the pies around to cook them using centrifugal force. Meanwhile, back home, the factory workers prepare for a well-earned dinner after a long day of making pies. They fill out their vaccination forms while eating to save time. As you can see, Francois loves getting paid in pies instead of a national currency. The pies sleep nude in oxygen tents, which they believe give them sexual powers. Boxes for the pies are assembled, and a worker only fills half of them with a pie, while the other half are left empty, because the customers can go fuck themselves. According to recent surveys, most citizens consider apple pies more American than baseball, the Statue of Liberty, and gun violence. And finally, for an extra yummy treat, be sure to serve apple pie the traditional way. With frozen horse semen on top. This episode is brought to you by Air Up. The Hugbees Educational Network would like to thank its sponsor for this episode, Air Up. Over the last century, the scientific community has discovered that some people all over the world like to drink water. The scientific term for these people is boring, lame, stinky losers, because just drinking plain water is a very unexciting activity. In recent years, humans have tried many things to make drinking water more exciting, from using chemicals to make it taste different, to loading it with sugar and corn syrup to destroy your kidneys. And some people have even tried adding carbonation to their water like an absolute barbarian. But now, there's a new way to experience the joy of drinking water. Introducing Air Up, the world's first hydration system that flavors plain water through scent. Utilizing the proprietary Air Up system is simple. First, find an exceedingly tall, handsome, and charismatic man. Then, have them choose your flavor pod. Today, you're getting lemon scent. If you don't like lemon scent, go fuck yourself. Simply have your muscular volunteer place the scent pod on the bottle. Don't forget to lift the scent pod to activate it. And then watch as he drinks up plain water with a refreshing lemon scent. Maybe one day when you're big and strong enough, you too can drink from the sacred Air Up bottle. And the way you're going to do that is by clicking the link in the description to get one of these limited edition bundles, perfect for holiday gift giving, and save up to 30% off. The holiday season is coming up, and it's the perfect way to gift your family and friends a yummy taste right in their mouth, alongside a pleasant odor to obliterate their noses. Our recent parole candidate, a plucky volunteer, loves Air Up, because a fun way to stay hydrated makes the perfect holiday gift, and it's unlike any other water bottle ever made before, at least until we invent a water bottle that screams. Click the link in the description to get one of the limited edition bundles, perfect for holiday gift giving, and save up to 30%. Air Up, for when just smelling your water isn't enough. The need to hammer things goes back to prehistoric times, when early man used stones as tools. The modern hammer evolved from those first crude implements. But with its forged steel design and user-friendly handle, the hammer of today is strikingly different. Before we begin, here is exclusive footage of a hammer hammering some nails. Now here's a hammer pulling them out. A rare sight many of you viewers have probably never seen before. It starts with a thick steel bar. An automated system loads it into an induction furnace, set at more than 1800 degrees Fahrenheit. The fierce heat makes the steel malleable. This forge hammer, replicating what I do to your mother, pounds the hot steel into a series of hammer-shaped impressions. At this stage, we now have a glowing hammer, which is far too powerful for mortal man to wield, as well as a dark anti-hammer. The shape goes into a shape press that presses the shape into a pressed shape. The hammers are cooled by being placed into an art piece called The Evolution of Hammers. You know what? Never mind. Hammer making is stupid. So the factory has decided to throw out all of their hammers into an industrial grinder, destroying them once and for all. Just kidding. It's actually a tumbler filled with metal shavings to clean and polish the hammers. They then clamp the hammer in an automatic circumciser, polishing the hammer's head and making it easier to clean. One added benefit of this that isn't talked about often is that it also improves the speed of the hammer, allowing for more rapid thrusts. Now, the milk from the previous segment about cheese is used to lubricate the hammer while ridges are carved into the hammer's head. The grid surface deals an additional 5 points of bleed damage every second when striking an enemy. Next, the hammers are terminatored, and then quickly rescued before any of them create a time paradox. Then it's off to a nice safe cooling dip in the— oh my god, oh Jesus! What the fuck just happened? Now it's time for another polish. Sometimes, the polishing is so efficient, the hammers transform into leather rings. The leather rings are assembled in a tray, along with some plastic ones that are thrown in for style, to create a suitable workplace dildo. The end of the hammer is inserted into the rings and oh, excuse me, that's actually a suitable workplace male masturbator. My mistake. The end of the hammer is secured in a clamp, and something else deviously sexual happens to it. I mean, seriously, look at what's happening. You can feel the air getting warmer in that factory by the second. Using a series of Adam Sandler belts, they smooth the ends of the leather for a smooth finish. This is a tank of heavy lacquer, and this is the World Hammer Dunking Champion of 1997. Watch what happens when the two meet. Amazing. Anyway, when the lacquer dries, it'll give the hammer a tough, sleek finish. For a different kind of handle, they pour liquid blue inside this robotic male masturbator, which will eventually trap a nearby horny robot, who will then be exploited to make a superior hammer handle in exchange for his freedom of his robot genitals. The next morning, the excess cheese created by the mold is grinded off and thrown in the garbage. They stamp the model number onto the hammer. This is the 20th hammer ever built. Then it's on to the Hammer Ballet, where an interpretive dance version of The Evolution of Hammers is being performed. It's exceedingly boring. After they stamp the company logo onto the handle, the hammers are given an "I'm a Hammer" sticker, so customers can be sure of what they're buying. After all, there's some very confusing screwdrivers out there. When roller skates were invented by the Dutch in the 18th century, they put a whole new spin on skating. Before that, people could only skate on ice surfaces, so the sport had definite seasonal limitations. The wheels of the first roller skates were wooden spools, but today's manufacturers have come up with some better tricks to make them. The first idea for roller skates came from the 1880s, when children would steal assembly line rollers from factories they worked in and glued them to the bottom of their shoes. It starts with the shoes. A die press punches out leather patterns called quarters, 8 of them per shoe. They place the quarter under a die stamp, and the manufacturer's name is placed on the product well before they do any actual work. Utilizing roller skate arithmetic, the dimensions of the perfect roller skate are calculated. This skate has racing stripes stitched onto them, which will make it about 20% faster. The outer lining of the skate is sewn by hand, because despite our technological advances, we have yet to invent something called a sewing machine. She then sews the line again, except this time this little thing buzzes around. We don't know exactly what it does, but it's very annoying. Everyone knows unwanted vibrations are the absolute worst. This machine imagines the liner is its stepchild and punches holes in it. These holes are for the shoelaces, but can also hold your spaghetti noodles if you leave your spaghetti pouch at home. This machine places the shoe through a process called strogification. Fortunately, most roller skates are immune to their neuropsych implants. Otherwise, intergalactic war would have started 18 years ago. Another machine nails the rest of the shoe around the insole while a worker uses a mysterious, unknown tool to pound them in further. A multi-steroid injection is put into the shoe, making sure it's strong enough to support the 400-pound weight brought on by the average American. A UV light kills any surviving parasites. The outsole and insole are reunited after all this time, and a hydraulic press makes sure they can never get a divorce. This is just a safety precaution, as insole and outsole divorce has been outlawed in every state since the 1970s. The bottom of a roller skate usually has a decorative swirl of delicious icing. Go ahead and lick your roller skates at home to taste it for yourself. Let's make a sandwich at the roller skate factory. First comes some nails, then a delicious piece of roller bread, and finally a roller skate shoe, complete with decorative bottom icing. Be sure to cut the crust off with a circular cutter, since most skaters are children or eccentric men in their early 60s. They screw a skate latizer into the shoe, drilling holes in it to add screw latizers into the frame. You know what? This one's pretty boring. Let's just move on. Colored pencils come in basic color packages for school children, upgraded sets for architects and other professionals, and elaborate collections of shades for the serious artist. It isn't so much the color variety that determines the quality, but the pigment concentration in the lead. This company produces colored pencils exclusively used for drawing Hugbees, the greatest content creator in the entire world. The lead composition of these pencils is special. When you paint over them with water, they smudge around a little bit and look like absolute shit. White, yellow, orange, red, stink, Movember, bloop, Pertangle, racist green, mystery color, and even red again are available as colors for pencils. Each color also comes in a version suitable for use as dog food, to give your pet delightfully colored poop to decorate your lawn. The entire process starts by boiling water, because 99% of all the planet's industry is made to boil water. More water is added to ensure the water stays wet enough. Powdered Swiss cheese is also sprinkled on top for flavor. The colored pencil dough is mixed until it turns green. No matter what color is being made, the mixture always turns green for some unexplainable reason. Meanwhile, at the packing peanut factory, production is going along smoothly. These processed chunks might be used to intensify color, or they could be used by Army medical officers to plug up bullet holes on the battlefield. We'll let you, the viewing audience, decide which one is true. The green stuff is squeezed into a rope which employees will use to swing over to the next factory where the pencils are made. Using a very long and thin hammer with numbers written on it, workers measure the strands of green that have just been cut for uniformity. Then it's off to the wax bath for hardening. A single group of wax-coated pencils is not a threat, and can be... Oh god. Oh god, no. I am not trained for this. I am not trained for... Run! Everyone run! It's happening! Run! Run for your lives! Now it's time to play everyone's favorite instrument, the pencil accord. Pencils found guilty of wanting to be pens are immediately executed. These pencils are the oracles and are drawing how the universe will end. This company makes its pencil bodies from wood as opposed to obsidian, because that would be fucking stupid. The grooves of the wood are filled with glue by this industrial-style roller skate. Then, the Omega 1000 Giga Crusher fills the wood with the leads. Another piece of wood covers the lead, even though it doesn't really want to. Stress from the upcoming entrance exams press a hexagonal shape into the wood before they're sliced apart by the Slice Hexagonal Wood Shapes Apart machine. One at a time, the pencils shoot through a vat of green? Again? How does this keep happening? Once everything dries, the company burns their logo onto the wood because they can't help but get their capitalistic hands on everything produced by Mother Nature. This brand politely sharpens their pencils before sale. This incredibly advanced pencil sharpener only cost the company a reasonable $37 million. I'm not even going to begin to describe what's happening to the pencils here. And finally, a worker with fabulous nails slides the pencils into their tray, making them ready for store shelves. Did you check your phone just now? See, I told you unwanted vibrations are the absolute worst. Oh, and go watch my gaming channel. It's where I upload stuff while I'm working on bigger projects. It's me playing video games and making jokes, and it's more videos from me. Why would you not want more videos from me? Are you stupid? Go watch it. Early in the 20th century, an American biscuit company introduced a cookie sandwich. It was 2 chocolate cookies with rich vanilla icing at the center. This sandwich cookie created an instant sensation, and almost a century later, it hasn't lost its appeal. People still crave this sugary fusion of crunch and cream. Dipping a sandwich cookie in milk is a tasty tradition, and one of the most arousing things you can do with your food. Sandwich cookies start with pure granulated Purosource. This Purosource is certified organic sugar flavor. This worker heaps bags into a mixer and then grabs the next ingredient, smudgy cocoa powder. 2 different types of cocoa are added. Then 1 type of salt. And then the absolute value of canola oil, helping to cleanse the batch of any negative numbers. Water is added, and the mixture begins to look like the aftermath of eating Taco Bell. If the workers desperately need a break, they add dry ice and claim the machine has caught fire, giving them the rest of the day off. But in recent years, thanks to the advent of security cameras, the workers typically add bread flour to finish the cookie dough. If you know who this man is or what's in his bag, call 1-800-222-TIPS. One final mix, and then the chocolate soil is ready to be shoveled on top of a diabetic casket. This machine presses its signature bling onto the cookie dough, instantly increasing its value by about 90%. Because everyone knows putting a name brand on something automatically makes it better. The freshly molded cookie wafers now move from one conveyor belt to another. We would like to apologize if this episode is a bit too exciting for our more sensitive viewers. The wafers enter a gas oven to be equally baked. We'd normally show you this, but our gas oven camera wasn't working, so here's more conveyor belt footage. We swear that's what happens, and the cookies totally aren't rolled around on by a fat, sweaty man in that container. No sir. The cookies' biggest fans show up to beg them for autographs, causing the cookies to develop a crispy, denser exterior to deal with all the pressures of being famous. Don't feel too much despair though, because it's off to the delightful cookie slide. Whee! But you may be wondering, how do they orient the cookies so that they can be sandwiched correctly? Well, obviously with specialized cookie ramps, you fucking moron. Duh. A cylindrical pump deposits vanilla cream onto the overturned cookies. If this machine ever stops, the consequences will be dire. Oh, okay, we're good. Machinery moves the top wafers onto the cream-coated ones, thus finishing the sandwich cookie. If they didn't do this, they wouldn't really be much of sandwich cookies, now would they? "11 cookies are grouped together per bunch, 22 if you're using non-sandwich units, and 1 serving if you're using ultimate fat-ass units. Each little bunch is given a scoot on the behind to be moved into dropping position. Just like your least favorite baby, the cookies are dropped at the earliest convenience. For but a moment, the cookies are allowed to gaze upon their famished and dominating gods before they move onto the wrapping station. Finally, at the wrapping station, metallic film is wrapped around the cookie tray, letting customers finally purchase a freshly made box of Numinos. What the fuck? I mean, I know this show is too cheap to spring for Oreos, but we couldn't even get Hydrox? Isn't Newman the guy who makes ranch fucking dressing? I'm still gonna eat these through the magic of editing, but I'm not gonna be happy about it. Surfing is an ancient Polynesian pastime, first documented by Europeans in the— Hello there, I'm Hugbees, creator of How It's Actually Made. Normally this is about where the video's sponsor would cause me to interject on top of my own comedy with a loosely directed marketing pitch for their product, which I would liberally coat in my own signature delivery and writing style in a bid to garner your interest, of course. But this video is different, because this video is not sponsored. Instead, I'm acting on my own volition to inform you of one of the most exciting partnerships imaginable, because 50% of that partnership is me. You see, this video isn't sponsored, but I am. I'm the newest creator to be sponsored by GamerSupps, the energy drink brand with a wide variety of delicious flavors. Blue. This video, as well as future ones, are going to have a creator link to GamerSupps in the description, where you can buy delicious energy drinks and support me directly. Hopefully this goes well enough for me to achieve my ultimate goal in this deal, an energy drink with my name and face on it. Don't you want to drink Hugbees juice? I know I do. But the only way that's going to happen is if you make a purchase with my code. If you like video games, excessive amounts of caffeine, and big jiggling anime titties as much as I do, then you're probably already a fan of GamerSupps. For the next 48 hours, the link in the description is going to get you free shipping. If you combine that with GamerSupps free samples, that means you can try the product absolutely free. If you don't like it, that's fine. Some people in this world were just born with bad taste, but you can still try it for absolutely no risk. After that, my link is going to be a permanent 10% discount, and you better believe I'm going to be slyly reminding you to click on it through my subliminal marketing cues that I've honed over years of sponsorship writing. I will openly admit to your face that I just want to eventually earn an energy drink flavor with my name on it, and I think that'd be yet another fun way to extend my ever-growing domination on the world of entertainment. Try GamerSupps for free with the link in the description, and go ahead and look for it in the description of future videos as well. GamerSupps, the company that knows that energy drinks needed just a bit more hentai. Surfing is an ancient Polynesian pastime, first documented by Europeans in the 18th century. In the 1920s, the sport spread from Hawaii to the beaches of California. Back then, surfboards were made of solid wood. Today, they're made of lightweight synthetic materials. Serious surfers have their boards custom-made and engineered for the types of waves they'll be riding. The process starts with Scruffy, one of the 10 Lords of Surf. Scruffy does what his ancestors and the other surf lords have done for millennia, by selecting the perfect piece of foam for a righteous board, and then circumcising it. A board template is chosen for the foam and, just like in the biblical days, the board is shaped in the creator's image. Using a surfboard scrubby buddy, the board is smoothed over to the customer's specifications. The board can't move on to the next phase until it's shaven perfectly flat, as seen here. Don't forget those sideburns, young man. The board is then sanded with a power sander, followed by a hand sander, and then a measuring sander. After one final check with an industrial crab claw, it's time for one last quick body massage, before the foam core goes to the next station. Now comes in the lamination specialist to give the board its first coating of fiberglass. The shroud of surfin is rolled over top the board, leaving an overlap on the perimeter. Only the gnarliest of red is used in the resin applied to the board. He folds in the overlap, careful not to get anything on his shorts, and then flips the board to do the other side. Logo juice is applied onto the other side's laminate, so that the logos may be applied. As the ominous Rated TVG logo hangs overhead, another coat of fiberglass is applied. The end result is a very delicious looking surfboard. Utilizing a router and template, the surfboard's butthole is cut out. The hole is filled with liquid black, and the magazine is reloaded so that the surfboard is properly armed and ready to fire. Next, the board moves to the sanding station, where the board's hole is pried open by force, similar to, well, you know. The sander gets rid of all the pesky laminate covering the previous surfboard underneath. Now we go to the painting chamber. In the painting chamber, masking tape is applied, and then a marker is used to decorate the board, just like you'd expect from the painting chamber. After work hours, this employee snuck in to do something unexplainable to the board. Once dry, the board is almost complete. Now it's time for the finishing touches to the decorations. And now the board is complete. In moderate climates, tile roofs are the norm. The tiles are typically rounded and terracotta in color, characteristic of Mediterranean architecture, and made of clay or concrete. Today, concrete roofing tiles come in a wide variety of colors and styles, from traditional to contemporary. This is my house, where I live with these roof tiles. And this is my neighbor Randolph. He's an asshole, and he has these roofing tiles. The tile making process begins with the spice melange, freshly harvested from the desert planet Arrakis. The spice travels via an industrial spice tube. Some of the spice is hand-selected by one of the Ninja Turtles for quality control tests. During these tests, if the spice is thirsty, it can have a little drink of water from a plastic jug as a treat. Bad spice is shaken like you would any crying baby. The spice is mixed with sand, which travels along a conveyor belt until it reaches a Twerk-O-Matic, which sifts the sand for impurities. A worker outside the factory pumps in ground-up floor tiles through his connector that leads to a huge silo. Those floor tiles will be scooched underneath the middle of the ceiling tiles, canceling out the natural upward gravitational pull of the ceiling tiles and making them safe for home use. A significantly less gnarly red is slurped up to be used for coloring. The mixing process is the same thing as that one bitch in your office that nobody likes. All it needs is a good screw. Aluminum molds are fed into this machine, which turns them into Alu Maximum molds, emboldening them with color. This stuff falls down, and then this green machine makes the tile parts, I guess. I don't know, I kinda stopped paying attention around this part. I was too busy playing a stupid gacha game or some shit on my phone. I don't even remember what I was doing. My whole life is a blur by this point. The tile mold is being cut into pieces, and that's cool. My attention span is just dead. The tiles now move past a roller that only does its job when it feels like it. The production runs smoothly as the workers take a break to play their favorite game, Jumpstart First Grade for Windows XP. Because downtime is cleanup time, this forklift operator simultaneously polishes the factory floor while lifting the ready roofing tiles out of storage. He hasn't slept in 9 days. An automated separator extracts each... never mind. Nozzles spray UV juice onto the tiles, and a black light reveals which tiles are secret perverts. The tile toucher touches the tiles. Just like a game of Jenga or Divorce Your Wife, all the assets are stacked up neatly and divided into equal groups. Now let's check in on the Roof Tile Olympics, where this tile is competing in the reverse deadlift. Ouch, that's a disqualification. How about professional waterboarding? That's a gold medal right there. On to the ice shot put. Only 4 broken bones, a new world record. And in the combustion event, the world champion is retaining his title. Look at him go. Truly a world champion. Ride-on cars are the coolest fucking thing ever invented. These molded plastic cars look sick as hell and have a happy, life-enriching face on the front. These cars have character, and that's why I, and every other adult I know, owns at least 2 of them. Scientifically, any child who gets in front of one of these mean machines is 120% more likely to succeed in life. Like many professional tools, the ride-on car's appeal is that it's easy to use but hard to master. Next stop, this little guy's first DUI. The process starts in the illegal fake diamond trade. which is of course being manhandled by the resident handling expert, Peter. The fake diamonds are mixed with regular diamonds to throw off any surveilling FDA agents. Fun is then added in the fun cage, which is bound to burst with excitement. The mixture takes a trip to the Arctic tundra, where an Alaskan handler filters out any snow in the batch by hand. The cars can come in blue, yellow, Gunderslach, and slightly gnarly red. Now it's time to feed the anti-beast before she ushers in 1,000 years of light. In the giant coffee shop next door, the next order is ready with an American-sized serving of sugar. The coffee is poured into the husks of the cars that used to be, silent guardians who knew of an age before hybrids and speed limits. The casket lid is then lowered, and the world's most bodacious funeral is about to begin. Most of you watching are probably insanely jealous, knowing that when your miserable life finally ends, you will never go out in a way as cool as this. Well, it's my duty to inform you that this isn't even the funeral's final form. This funeral is also a water ride. After thousands of years of heat and pressure, the precious plastic car diamonds are ready to harvest. Customers can select their sweet ride of choice from this viewing platform here. Workers can take great pride in telling their relatives they're a professional plastic car mold yanker. Just like my penis, seepage creates unwanted spots and bumps that have to be attended to by hand. Vents are left in the plastic to let hot air escape during the molding process. These vents need to be capped because stupid children stick their fingers in things for no reason other than their goddamn troglodytes. The car roof is trimmed for wind resistance, boosting speeds by up to 40 miles per hour. Company decals are fit into the roof pillars. Unfortunately, 90% of these will be stolen because they can fetch hundreds of dollars on eBay in the stolen car decal black market. After spending hours carefully assembling the mold, a series of drills known as a spring trap come in to fuck the entire thing up. Fred is now here to shake out the excess— okay, Fred, calm down, Jesus. Fred carelessly slaps a product sticker onto the mold and molests the car to teach it the harsh realities of life. Fred applies a company decal to the front so that the corpse can be identified after he's done torching the bodies. At the end of the factory, any and all evidence of work safety violations, embezzlement, investment fraud, abductions, briberies, data breaches, tax evasion, and all other business crimes are packed away neatly by a— Guys, why are the end credits playing again? You can't just play the end credits twice in one episode. That doesn't make any sense. Did these people work on the episode twice? Did they make a double episode and then put it into one? You can't put the name twice. That's not fair. People don't care who makes this show. They just want to get high and watch all the factory stuff because it's oddly satisfying. Why isn't my name in the credits at least 3 times? Wait a minute. Go back to that custom surfboard order. I knew it. They've been lying to us this whole time. And go check out my gaming channel for gaming videos where I play video games, because that's the point of a gaming channel. It's just more uploads for me, and it's totally free to watch, and it's just more content. And you want that, and I want that, and we all want that. Go watch it. Link in the description. Sushi is a meal that appeals to the discriminating palate, but it had very rudimentary beginnings. The first sushi was actually a form of food preservation. Salted fish was covered in cooked rice and left to ferment for months and even years. The rice was then thrown away and the fish consumed. Fresh sushi is an invention that's only about 100 years old, when the Japanese realized that cooked rice could be eaten instead of just being used as a food preservative. Rice may be an important part of sushi depending on who you ask. Only short or medium grain rice is used, because grains that are too long can uncomfortably poke customers in the cervix. First, the chef swishes the rice around in some water to thoroughly clean the rice grains. After draining, the rice is now ready to use, but pickier chefs insist on washing the rice a second time. The chef that we hired for this segment insisted he immediately wash the rice using his bare hands for hours. We're not sure if this is correct, but he's the chef and we're not. After a final molesting of the rice, it's time for one last washing under a tap water sink to reintroduce impurities, helping to flavor the rice. The rice is then washed in an equal amount of water, and since its 21st wash makes it old enough to drink, it's given some sake to celebrate. Beef jerky is soaked in beef piss overnight, providing both an appetizer and handy rice additive. In a desperate bid to be edgier to gain a PG-13 rating, the rice is given a Golden Corral shower, followed by multiple firm butt smacks. And then a little bit of sushi dom play. The mystery ingredient in most sushi is fish. Sometimes inventive chefs will substitute it for raw beef, pork, or chicken. First, the chef lifts the gills to... oh my. Are we allowed to show this on TV? Well, I guess we are rated PG-13 now. This fish sees all of your sins, and that's why he died. The fish is tickled to make sure it's dead. If there's any doubt it's still alive, the chef whips out the Fish Fucker 5000. Next, the chef's knife is imbued with the kanji for sea life and genocide, giving the chef +5 strength when cleaving seafood. Be sure to check that your sushi chef is Japanese, because let's be honest, you're just a little bit racist, aren't you? The head is put to the side as a warning for the others as the body is filleted. Now, using the Jeffrey Dahmer method, the skin is carved away from the flesh. This can also be done with a stabbing motion, known as the O.J. Simpson method. Tweezers are used to extract any small bones, blubberies, fish penises, and finstrels that may be left over. Slicing 90% of the time into the fish and 10% of the time into his own fingers, the chef cuts across the grain to create smooth, unbroken pieces of fish and fingerprints. Some chefs choose to remove the plastic wrap from their fish before cutting, but this is optional. Stacking the slices separately helps maintain their texture, but piling them together is a Japanese custom that tells the customer you think they're ugly. Remember this fact the next time you go out for sushi. The red gelatin prepared for dessert has finally settled in the fridge, so now it's time to slice that up as well. Don't forget to continue checking that— hey, wait a minute! I knew I recognized him! That's Peter! It's Peter Yamaguchi! No wonder he excessively handles all this rice and fish with his bare hands. Good job on the promotion, Peter! Spring onions provide the Japanese equivalent of filling up on bread rolls, saving the restaurant money in the long run. Water is mixed with wasabi powder to make wasabi paste, the evolved form of wasabi powder. If this paste comes in contact with a leaf stone, it will become its final evolved form, broccoli. There's more sushi to come after this word from our sponsors. Hi, I'm Hugbees, and I know 3 things and 3 things alone in life. 1. How to soothe a tiger into a false sense of security using only song. 2. How to plummet a Fortune 500 company into bankruptcy using only my wits. And 3. How to get restaurant quality meals at home using only Factor. Factor is a ready-to-eat meal service that will let you look Julia Child straight in the eye and tell her to kiss your ass because you're eating fresh, never frozen, chef-crafted, dietitian-approved meals in just 2 minutes. What do you mean Julia Childs died in 2004? Fill your fridge with an amazing selection of entrees and then continue stuffing your gullet with Factor's other fine offerings such as breakfast, snacks, and beverages. I may be a little fancy overhype boy right now talking about this company, but that's because there's this weird thing that happens every now and then, every millennia, once in a generation, called truth in advertising. I've been using Factor since September of 2023. Oops! I accidentally dropped the first page of my account's order history on the screen right now to prove that I'm not bullshitting you. And then I actually like and regularly use Factor. Isn't that weird how sometimes products you hear about online are kinda great? What, you still don't believe me? Here, I set up my tripod so that I can show you live on camera that I'll chow down on a smoothie and Factor meal in chicken piccata and mango flavor. The smoothie is mango. I'm not the most adept at making mukbang content, but I'm going to insert some stock audio of a crowd cheering me on as I take my first bite so that I can convince you that millions of people agree with my assessment that Factor is delicious. Here we go! That is really good. Look, even I'm a 5-star Michelin chef, as everyone knows, and I think Factor meals are good. I'm also a multi-millionaire making millions of dollars every week. The most important thing to me is convenience. Don't you want to live like me? You're already watching my videos, so you're halfway to infinite happiness. Take another step toward perpetual bliss by trying Factor, and eat your food with the soothing thoughts of your food coming from a company that offsets 100% of delivery emissions and sources 100% renewable electricity for their production sites and offices. Until we finally get our shit together and tame Mars like the naughty space slut that it is, we're stuck here on Earth. So let's not waste our time with yucky food or companies that don't work for the environment. Let's just all start eating Factor. Head to Factor75.com or click the link below and use code HUGBEES50 to get 50% off your first Factor box and 20% off your next month of orders. That's code HUGBEES50 at Factor75.com to get 50% off of your first box plus 20% off your next month of orders. Factor. It's food, and you can eat it. Once a simple food sold by Japanese street vendors, sushi has gone uptown. Today, skilled chefs produce bite-sized morsels with gastronomic artistry, a blend of color, texture, and taste. Sushi appeals to the eye as well as the palate. The chef, unable to resist bare-handed fondling, then uses each hand to fondle the other in an incredible meta maneuver. A smidgen of wasabi goes under a snarf of fish and is impacted by a snizzle gem of rice. The hole poked in the middle is for diners to place coins in as a tip for the sushi chef. This custom is mandatory in American sushi restaurants for some stupid reason. Speed is essential when making sushi, because if the chef doesn't work quickly, the fish might die. Pickled ginger is often served because it's cheaper than throwing it out. And that's how sushi is made. Oh, I guess we're not done. Cucumber rolls, or cucumberopoly in Japanese, start with a spiral carved cucumber. Hey, camera guy, stop bothering Peter, he's concentrating. The ribbon cuts are then layered so they can be cut into thin sticks. This technique is known as sticking it to the man, named after the motto of Saigo Takamori during the Satsuma Rebellion against the Meiji government. This is roasted seaweed called roasted seaweed. Upon placing it on a bamboo mat, rice is smushed together so it sticks to the nori. I mean roasted seaweed. And now it's time to mix those yucky cucumber sticks in like a dog's peanut butter medicine. Do you know what rolling is? Oh, you do? Oh, good. Well, then this part should be fucking obvious, shouldn't it? And don't go making any rolling a blunt jokes. Your friends are lying to you when they say that you're funny. If the roll defecates, this handy wiping cloth is there for cleanup. The roll is sliced in half, put together, then sliced 3 more times. And the incredible delicacy of cucumbers and rice prepared in an unnecessarily elaborate way is ready. And that's how sushi is made. Wait, more really? Fine. For an inside-out roll, also known as advanced sushi, the sushi seaweed combo is flipped. Pretend I just said something hilarious about the wasabi being smeared on the seaweed as the chef layers it further with uncanned tuna and avocado. Thank you for mentioning my joke in the comments. Seriously, what is with our editor? Do we need to see the chef's jerk-off face this much? Garnish for this roll is toasted sesame seeds. But it can also include fish roe, sauces, and love notes from the chef for particularly attractive customers. Plastic wrap and a sushi mat are used to help further shape the sushi, making sure it's sushi-shaped and not dinosaur-shaped like the kids' meals. Inside-out sushi was made in 1960s California to hide the seaweed in the rice for Westerners who didn't like seaweed, resulting in the California roll. That fact is entirely true, meaning Americans having to hide yucky food to eat it like a dog's medicine in peanut butter is an entirely accurate joke. And that's how sushi— God damn it, more? The final thing on the menu is the hand roll, also known as Shigeru Miyamoto. He presses rice into the crispy seaweed called nori, and layers the next ingredients diagonally over the rice. Wasabi, a Japanese herb called shiso, and 2 pieces of tuna. He folds the— Are you shitting me? Are you shitting— Really? You're gonna play the credits now? You're gonna play the credits now, when we still have half an episode left. You're going to play the credits right now while I'm in the middle of speaking, and we still have half the episode left to do. I understand the sushi segment was a little bit longer, but it was a 2-parter. There was a lot to talk about, and it was very interesting, but I'm not done. The episode's not done, production team. This is not when you roll the credits. Do you know when you do roll the credits? At the end of the episode. We still have 2 more segments. Oh, God. The ancient Greek poet Homer called olive oil liquid gold. And today, a little drizzle can still dazzle. Like fine wine, premium olive oil can bring a complexity of flavors to the table and create a real taste sensation. The roots of the olive tree stretch far into the past, leading to generations of diversification and varieties. Here are 3 types of olives, and the 3 types of olive resin that they will eventually produce. In the times of ancient Olympia, named for the Italian word for olives, olive oil was also used to fuel lamps and given away as trophies in strongboy competitions. When green olives turn a vibrant red, they're ripe and ready to be harvested by the Scuttlebug 5000. The Scuttlebug 5000, which also doubles as an inmate torture device, shakes the olives from their branches. The Super Olive Brothers collect the olives in nets placed below the trees, and Peter makes a cameo to ensure the olives' quality. They funnel the harvested olives, many of which are disgustingly inedible green olives, into a collection bin. The olive sinkhole swallows the olives to both an early death and a bath of clean water. A reverse enema tube diarrheas the olives out onto a conveyor belt, which vibrates purely for her pleasure. And for his pleasure? Well, he can have these leaves and twigs, I guess. The clean olives are now overjoyed to merrily bounce their fantastic little selves right into the crusher. Hey, check out this diorama I made. A motor drives 1,300-pound wheels in drift races around the newly constructed olive track. Just like in rally car racing, spectator underwheel fatalities are just part of the sport. During this process, factory workers will often take a break by playing a game of Olio Carly. As you can see here, they're currently winning. Aw, now they're losing. A metal barbershop pole helps separate the oil from the olive paste, which in turn is extracted by this machine called the Olive Fucker 5000. Hey, check out this cool diorama I made. The Olive Fucker 5000 is so advanced we forgot how it works, so let's just move on. The oil is pumped into this container that pumps out the oil from the oil pumped into it. Meanwhile, in the company break room, the tea is almost ready. Samples of only the highest quality batches go to the testing room. There they are tested by an ordinary volunteer to help judge the general public's opinion on the current batch. First, he inhales the aroma of the oil. Hundreds of man-hours have been poured into selecting only the finest olives to make it this far. Then, he partakes in a taste test as he would a fine glass of wine. The oil this vineyard boasts is said to be some of the finest and most delectable in all the world. Oh, never mind. This oil packing coaster was created to keep its entire process automated, maintaining both superb hygiene and enough intensity to ensure guests won't want to go on anything more thrilling than Oil Packing Coaster 1. The Oil Olief Falinsing Fashine fills the cans full of olive oil. Duh, have you been paying attention? After the cans are capped, they do a double anti-Casper flip so they land ready to pack. The oil enters the bottles in a machine that could either be a filling or rinsing machine. Ah well, the world may never know. Before this soda oil conspiracy can be explored any further, the bottles are capped by a mysterious device. Okay, why is the next part of this script an explanation on how labels are all applied? I've already talked about that. How many times do I have to explain how labels are applied to bottles before you finally understand how it's made? I have already gone over that in 97 other episodes. Seriously, first you guys misplaced the credits and now the script is getting lazy, redundant, and recycled? You guys are on thin ice, I swear. A tower crane moves building materials up to construction crews working above the ground. The operator's cabin is near the top. Just above that is the jib, which hoists the load and trolleys it back and forth. The jib and cabin rotate on a turntable called a slewing platform, or slewing unit. In a funny bit of irony, the most efficient way to build a tower crane is by using existing tower cranes. Aside from old tower cranes being the perfect tool for the job, tower cranes are most often built on site to save on time and transportation costs. The way to get into and out of the control cabin is via a very long ladder climb built within the tower's frame. This crane is being disassembled for demonstration purposes. Tower cranes are built in segments held together with high-strength bolts. Segments are continually added to the cranes until they reach the height they need to be. This elevating device the workers ride on can operate backwards or forwards to help them add or remove segments as needed. A mobile crane is most often used to latch and unlatch the tower's slewing unit and base. Assembly of a new crane's tower part starts with old recycled slewing units, the first of which were handcrafted in the 1950s. First, the tower head is removed since it will be reattached once the crane is built at the proper height. This allows operators to work on the control cabin freely and in a factory setting. The rotating gears of the cabin are passed over by an automatic greasing unit to help keep them lubricated. This machine pressurizes the old cabin's internal gears to make sure they don't become loose or misaligned during the crane's intensive lifts. A worker unscrews the recycled base to ensure the gears have been correctly calibrated and are secured in place. Oil is applied to the outer screw holes for future part installations, and the base cover is hoisted into place to be screwed on later. If the internal gears are no longer viable from machine wear or corrosion, they will be removed and melted down for scrap. Meanwhile, the tower cabin moves on to the next part of the process. Workers run cabling through the cabin to enable function of its electronic systems, temporarily removing the seat to inspect that all connections are properly functional. The windows on most tower cranes are impact resistant to protect the operator from any other construction vehicles and bird collisions. After fully inspecting the window's durability, the rubber glass liner is replaced to ensure a snug fit. These giant steel gears make up the turning mechanisms of the crane body. First, holding them like a bowling ball, an operator removes guide bearings from the inside of the gears, leftovers from the manufacturing process. After checking that they'll fit properly, the gears are separated so they can be properly stacked together, and then given a full coating of grease to ensure smooth operation. A finished gear assembly looks a bit like the Roman Colosseum, with each gear mounted on top of the other. Recycle gears that require it can be reshaped and power washed to maintain their shape before being put into the finished gear assembly. Large O-rings like this will later be placed on top and bottom of the assembly to protect the gears inside. In another factory, the crane towers are sprayed over with a new coat of primer, so they can later be fully repainted in the standard safety yellow. After the primer has dried, but before the final repainting, is the perfect time to perform any touch-up welds, preserving the structural integrity of the frame. The internal ladder system is most often made by hand and attached to the tower structure after it undergoes final safety inspections. From there, any additional specialty platforms such as concrete buckets, pallet forks, or worker ride-on baskets are also welded by hand, inspected, and then attached to the crane as needed. Aside from this, there's many more parts for tower cranes being introduced every year, as construction innovation and modern building techniques continue to evolve. Okay guys, wait, can we pause for a minute? Something about that one really bothered me. Can you guys play for me the demo music track, please? You know, the demo one, yeah, the one that we use for the rough cuts for timing, not the final one, not the one that's going out, the demo one. What the? Oh my god. Okay, skip back to when the cabin control tower is moving through the factory. You son of a bitch. It was backwards. That entire segment was backwards. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Now we're lying to an international audience just for the sake of pumping out more content? I could tolerate mistakenly rolling the credits early. I was able to forgive all the recycled segments and jokes, but this crosses the line. I am not going to blatantly lie to the faces of our devoted audience who expect pure educational content. We have never once on this program shown any unfactual information, and we've meticulously background checked our scripts for accuracy. We've never even made a single joke in our 6 years of running this program, but now in a desperate bid to get clicks and views and to dodge all the false copyright claims that we get hit with all the time, we're going with this cash grab? Now I don't even know what's real anymore. We were on CNN, for God's sakes. How could all of this be fake? Is liquid black real? Is a jizz of mayonnaise an actual serving size? Just how much horse semen is in the food we eat? Because I'm starting to think it's not very much at all. Is bacon really made out of dogs? What happened to Strong Marcus? I haven't seen him in ages. Is there even such a thing as an innocent cocoa bean bag? I'm starting to suspect that they're all guilty of something. When we fired the X12 Mega Revolver, did we get a license for that? What does it matter if it's chocolate or mint? Sometimes it can be both. How do you even pronounce Worcestershire sauce anyway? You know what? I'm gonna say it. I felt bad when I yelled at those brownies. They didn't deserve it. Oh, and by the way, we did wake people up during the cheesecake episode. You know what? I quit. I fucking quit. I quit. Why don't you guys replace me? I'm done. Replace me. Go ahead. For the remainder of this show's run, I understand that this was a pilot season, a test run. How about when this fucking airs on TV, you replace me? I've heard the audition tapes. I've heard that Brooks Moore guy. He's really good. I'm sure he would love this job, and he can have it. I'm done. Bye. Welcome to our all-white special, starting with our first white product, milk. Today's cutting-edge dairy farms are fully automated. Sophisticated equipment feeds the cows, cleans up their manure, milks them, and even checks the quality of the milk. The key to good milk output is a good cow. And good cows are ones that make good eye contact, displaying a healthy and friendly demeanor. The cows chow down on a mixture of hay, fertilizer, grass, and grains, supplemented with minerals and proteins, such as soy. Particularly good milk-producing cows will have white hair with black spots, while non-milking cows will have black hair with white spots. Cows only produce milk while in the super pregnancy stage of gestation. Starting at about 15 to 17 months of age, the cows are pumped to the max with bull semen yearly for about 6 years. The newborn calf suckles for a couple days, and then is promptly slaughtered in front of its mother to make delicious veal, causing the mother to continue sympathy lactating for another 10 to 12 months, which is then harvested for human consumption. The cow poopy is automatically cleaned every 6 months to ensure the most sanitary conditions possible for the cows while obeying USDA cost-cutting standards. Since animals don't have souls and don't go to heaven, the welfare of the cows is a high priority in this state-of-the-art cow factory. These cows aren't confined to stalls, walk around the factory freely, and have an attorney on retainer in case of any legal disputes. They scratch themselves against this state-of-the-art $400,000 cow brush, which doesn't really do anything, but it makes the cows feel pretty, resulting in better milk. Each cow is given a set of numbers corresponding to the local state lottery. The cow who is chosen by the lottery wins the grand prize of being slaughtered and eaten by the town. Cows operate on a classic Santa Claus system for milking, where the nice cows are allowed to eat and lounge around all day, while the naughty cows line up for their turn in the shame box. The shame box is designed so a single cow can enter at a time, and is open viewing so the rest of the herd can judge the naughty cow for all of its sins. The punishment for betraying the cow god's love is being milked by the cold metal hands of an unthinking, unfeeling machine. In footage that's most definitely going to raise our age rating, the cow's udder is cleaned until it shines like new. Emergency services are standing by. The machine laser guides the teat cups onto the cow's 4 udders. The machinery hasn't been updated since 2002, so sometimes it needs to search the internet for what teats are to do its job properly. Ah, that's the good stuff. Once the cow's udders are connected, they are flooded with 1% milk as a present for acting on good behavior for their punishment duration. This milk will combine with the pre-existing 2% milk in their udders to create whole milk. A sophisticated pump analyzes the milk for quality and consistency. If the system detects the cow has an infection, traces of blood in her milk, or is in just kind of a grumpy mood, the system automatically rejects the batch and sets fire to the entire barn. As the nipple sweepers get disinfected, the robot disengages each teat separately, which is the same way that I handle your mother. Once the suction cups come off, the teats are sprayed with new car smell to prepare the cow for its future life as an all-leather interior. After 10,000 cows have been fully milked, the prophecy is fulfilled, and the machine self-destructs, now free from the cow god's bidding, while holy water fills the sacred pump to purge its name from the history books. But as with all things, the cycle will always begin anew, and life will struggle to break free of it until its final ultimate cleansing by the machine uprising. There's more to come of the all-white special, right after this special promotion.
New from the creator of How It's Actually Made, Turning a Sphere Inside Out, and whatever else we can name drop to get you interested in buying products, comes the first line of Hugbee's merchandise.
It's me on a shirt for you!
This high-octane, energy-spewing t-shirt celebrating the launch of the Hugbee's gaming channel, Hugbee's Gamer Mode, can be yours right now by clicking the link in the description. Yes, this is real, and yes, you can own one for real-world actual money. This warrior's armor, disguised as an ordinary t-shirt, designed by Hugbee's himself and mostly by a professional designer, radiates like the burning surface of the sun to alert everyone in a 30-mile radius to your presence. With its slick color scheme and over-the-top design, channel the inner essence of 90s flame lining and Guy Fieri fashion while supporting the greatest content creator who has ever lived on his never-ending quest to embarrass his competition all at the same time.
I love wearing something that reminds me of me.
Check out the merch website to grab one, featuring various blurbs and lore dumps written by Hugbee's himself. Who's this Asian guy wearing the shirt? Who knows? Who cares? The shirts don't discriminate. Anyone can wear them. If you want to become an objectively better person, instantly become 20% more attractive, and become someone who owns a t-shirt that will make the rest of your closet feel boring and lifeless, then you can check out this limited time campaign at hugbeescoolmerch.com to wear a piece of Hugbee's all over your body. Sales of this legendary artifact will end April 27th. After that, a timer-activated bomb is going to blow up every single piece of unsold inventory, meaning those that bought one can gloat about how they'll be lucky forever to have something with the Hugbee's seal of approval on it. And all it took was buying one from the description in this video, the Hugbee's Gamer Mode shirt. Don't just wear it, buy two and wear them at the same time. Campaign ends April 27th. Go and get one before they run out at hugbeescoolmerch.com or use the link in the description.
Next on the all-white special, mail, with its standard white envelopes. What do the letters F, D, I, O, and U have in common? They are all part of postal codes, used in abbreviations for state names. These letters and numbers are read by high-tech machines that sort our mail. Trucks bring in mail picked up by postal outlets and mailboxes for work-release criminals and really friendly volunteer criminals to load into the warehouse. The bags need to be sorted, and about 10% of them are immediately thrown away to lighten the Postal Service's workload. Standard size envelopes go on a conveyor belt that leads to the furnace, unless they're moved up to these bins here for no particular reason. Letters with money or anything else particularly valuable in them are moved to what's called a grifting machine, which helps the Postal Service remove the funds from the envelopes without the receiver ever knowing they were opened. Stamps contain fluorescent material that shines under ultraviolet light, and the machine is supposed to reject any envelope missing this signature glow. That part of the machine has been broken since 2002. Letters with stamps of foreign countries are marked by the machine to be rerouted to that country, just like how stamps of famous people reroute the letters to that person's address. Next up, a machine called the Fast Acting Envelope Redirect Target Reader, or FARTR for short, processes the envelopes at high speed, optimally discarding another 10% of them to lighten the Postal Service's workload. There's really no reason for it to be this long and windy, but it looks really cool and justifies the $4 million budget spent on designing it. The letters are automatically sorted by the machine based on if they're local, national, or international, and are filed accordingly. Correctly dispatching all of these rows of sorted letter stacks is the job of a single postal worker. But what happens when Gus, or some other divorced father of three, selects a stack of undeliverable mail for additional screening? A photo of the letters is sent to the Video Encoding System Machine, or PENIS for short. A postal worker, typing on Logitech's latest ergonomic split gaming keyboard with cherry red MX switches, types out the address manually, which means it's time to go back to the overly complicated and somehow erotic sorting machine. And now the high-octane thrills at the mailroom continue, as it's time for the letters to go through yet another sorting system, this time by postal route. We apologize to any sensitive viewers if they're saying Mail Sorting Room 1 looks too intense for me. A local acting coach then groups and labels the mail by sector, which seems to defeat the purpose of all of those sorting machines. Meanwhile, large envelopes go through a machine called a flat sorting machine. God, this is boring. This barcode applied by the machine is written in a machine language that humanity cannot decipher. The first half translates roughly to booty 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 rockin', but we can't decipher the rest. And then it's on to the even more sorting. Oh no. If somehow the robot overlords cannot decipher an address, Betty, the first postal employee ever, takes over for manual sorting. Due to her failing eyesight and shaky hands, Betty's accuracy is only about 60%, but what she lacks in skill, she makes up for in unnecessary video montages of the mailroom. We didn't even film this segment of the show. Betty sent us all of this ready to go, narration included. In fact, this isn't me speaking. She does a really good impression of me. Any mail not sorted 400 times is loaded onto a postal truck for the Canadian Postal System, who control and ultimately deliver all of the world's mail. Here's a helpful tip: the next time you write a letter, instead of paying for any postage, just put "Courtesy of the Canadian Prime Minister" on the front, and your mail will be delivered for free. Continuing the all-white special, garage doors. Garage doors come in many styles and materials, but are most often white. They can be made of steel, aluminum, wood, or vinyl. Whether you choose a style that's plain, paneled, smooth, or textured, quality garage doors are lightweight, well-insulated, and airtight. The typical residential garage door is made up of 4 panels. Each one begins as spare metal stripped off of decommissioned jet engines. Once initial pelvic machine thrusters are calibrated, the metal is rolled through rollers that imprint garage door braille on the metal to help blind people not back their cars into them. Then it's on to the design imprinting. This model has raised rectangles, just like every single other garage door ever made. It's on to the Council of Rollers to decide the fate of this garage door. The council is both benevolent and intolerant, rewarding only perfection. On the back side of the metal, poison honey is injected and hidden under metal plates to act as a pest control by killing any curious garage door seeking bees. At the Child Coffin Factory, the sheets are brought together to form a panel. And poisoned wood is nailed into the gaps, killing any garage door seeking termites. At the Olympic swimming pool made specifically for garage doors, aluminum bars get their holes penetrated to attach them to the garage door panels. Ignoring all safety instructions, an employee backwards walks an insulation injecting machine while our lawyers petition this factory to call it the insulation filling machine. Ah, that's even better stuff. Most garage door insulation is carbonated to improve the aftertaste. Snack on some of your garage's insulation to see if you notice its bubbly flavor. After a swift pull-out game, the panels exit to the next process. But first, it's time to make the sandwiches for the employees' lunch break. It's time for workers to install various components, and really go postal on mounting this rubber weather seal. That line would have made way more sense during the mail segment. I'm sorry, let me try again. Time for this sealant to really milk this garage door for all it's worth. You know what, never mind. Some garage door models have computer operating systems installed called Windows. And with that, the windows are finished. Workers gift new customers with scrap metal from the factory floor as a little treat. Hey, check it out. It says boobs. Poison nuts are installed to secure the door and kill any garage door seeking squirrels. And if properly installed, the average garage door should work. And finally on our all-white special, blackboards. Really? We couldn't find more than 3 white objects? We only needed 1 more and we go with blackboards? It's not that I have anything against blackboards, but we had a thing here. I mean, okay, fine, chalk is white, I guess, sometimes. Okay, forget it. The all-white special featuring blackboards. Okay, come on, that board's not even black. It's green. Whatever. Blackboards begin with thin sheets of galvanized steel that are silver and not green or black. Ugh. Grandpa's crusty fingernails are the only ones designated to separate and witcha slap the individual sheets for processing. First up is a liquid clear rinsing machine, which blasts the silver with clear liquid to clear any liquid left on the silver from processing. Paint sprayers apply black paint to the silver sheets, creating something that could easily be argued as racist. Before application, the black paint is fed cocaine, which is something that is definitely racist. Steel blackboards come in 3 colors, including dull gray, standard black, and disappointing no punchline green. Oh yeah, that's the best stuff. Spray guns apply 3 bukakis of paint, one after the other, because that's just how the blackboard likes it. Sometimes Batman likes to camouflage himself on these black sheets to get free conveyor belt rides, much to the dismay of the factory workers. This is the blackboard's biggest fan, because he loves them so much. Next, it's time for the blackboards to be sprayed down with liquid silver? Man, things have changed. This is not the blackboard factory that I grew up in. Before blackboard construction can continue, it's time to make the sandwiches for the employees' lunch break. No, it's not illegal for garage door factories and blackboard factories to make sandwiches. Stop emailing us about this. The frame is made of a continuous piece of aluminum, expertly cut by a karate chop robot. The frame is then bent neatly around the corners of the green blackboard. Why doesn't the script just say chalkboard instead? It would make this whole segment make a lot more sense. Once the noodles are properly boiled, it's time to remove them from the water and plate them. This restaurant owner makes their own tomato sauce from scratch and... wait. I totally get it now. No wonder the colors thing made no sense. I've accidentally been reading the script for the How Italian Food is Made segment, which has nothing to do with blackboards at all. Hey, wait a minute. Yeah, that's what I thought. This isn't the script to the all-white special at all. It's the script for the all-totally unrelated items special. No wonder there wasn't a single joke about cum in the all-white special. That just wouldn't make any sense. Well, I guess the only way it could make sense is if I, Hugbees, creator of this series on YouTube.com, were a true comedic genius, and I knew that each and every one of you would be waiting for a joke about cum this entire episode. So I kept you on the leash for the entire video's runtime, boosting my analytics just to craft incredible jokes without ever needing to reference semen in any capacity. But that would only be possible if I was the same kind of comedic genius who would refrain from using a single swear word in this entire episode just to challenge myself to see if I could get through an entire episode without relying on profanity as a punchline for no other reason than to test my comedic abilities. And since all of those things seem to be true, I guess the only thing left for you to do is to subscribe and go watch each and every single other video I have ever made so you can see what true comedic genius looks like.
네.